hopefully it doesn't get too bad here. We'll just wait it out. We'll let it go through. Do you know why Virtus.pro didn't play an official between the end of January and the end of May? Because I don't.
I couldn't tell you, man.
That's four months.
I'm guessing because they just didn't have a team. They had Toro Bist, but then they just didn't have. They just didn't have a team. It was a painful time, I think, because they'd lost Perfecto, they'd lost Fame, they lost Norbert. They just didn't play.
Just amazing that it took them that long to make a decision.
Well, it's weird because obviously Fame, he's on K27. Flit is just on the bench, and as is Perfecto. Maybe it's kind of a thing where they were like, actually, we don't look. No offense to those two, but we don't want to play with you anymore. we don't want to. We want to build something. So maybe they were just like, instead of grinding out officials and not gaining anything from that, I think maybe we could just trial players for 3 months. Look, we can discredit what they're doing, but at the moment, things are looking all right for them.
Sure, they've played a good event, but there is context when, for an organization of Virtus.pro's caliber, the expectation is that they are playing top events.
The thing is, though, has that, like, no offense to them, has that ship sailed? Like, do we no longer have that mentality of, oh, they play at top events now?
I think they're just too. They've got too many resources. They're too big an organization. It's the same as NIP. It's just like they know that where they've been for the last X years is kind of unacceptable compared to how good they are.
But would you put
how good the org has played in the past? So
would you put Fnatic in that same bracket then? Like,
absolutely. I mean, they're the two big examples of orgs that have just been around so long and have so much history that I guarantee you internally they see it as unacceptable the way they played.
I feel like, do you not see, or could we not like chalk it up to the fact that like there is now a fair bit more, I don't want to say weight with online events, but like the fact that online events are a little bit more pervasive. You're going to have teams like XRuby, you're going to have teams kind of that are maybe you kind of unorged and I guess lesser known teams. Like when you take even just a look at the current like top 30, like for example, Foot, they were a team birthed from like online CS, an academy team. I put Magic in that same kind of group. Obviously, they were they effectively came through CCT. Like there's now the opportunity where teams not only can make an online birth, but also can translate due to VRS. Like. So I think that's where maybe some of these bigger orgs, yes, they're no longer playing at the top of CS, but it's kind of like they've just been overtaken. And it is tough. It is tough because look, these are names. These are teams that I want to see back at big events. You know, I want to have it where we've got Fnatic, Nip, we've got BP. You know, I want to see all of these players playing at, you know, your majors and stuff like that. I want to get back to that old CS, just household names. But we are finally back in the action. We've had our spiel about events, about teams, about orgs that may no longer be at the top of their level. VP, though. Very, very decisive side take. Oh, this is going to go very wrong for Forever. Hazenator swinging in. He'll find one. Spots the player in Palace, so at least they got that intel. With Robbo and a smoke on a kit, this round could get really uncomfortable for VP so soon if Bist goes down, and never going to happen for Bist. Well, this one is well and truly over. Great pistol here from XRuby. Excellent retake. Hazenator finds 3.
Completely absurd that they've managed to retake the site 5-on-5 and lose nobody. That is quite astonishing. Virtus.pro needed to commit a lot more. They either needed to be all in for CT control or kind of fight into jungle or whatever. They did nothing. They planted the bomb. Mir ran off to go back towards mid. I guess if he was on the site, he could have micromanaged it a bit more, but the players on location, too static, needed to take more space, and they paid the price. They did get a plant, however, so the buy here comes with plenty of util. It's going to be a B round at some point. And there's actually one player on the site proper, so hopefully, I believe it's Relaxy off on short, comes back soon to join his teammate.
Oh, contact taken from under. Robbo, he's going to look to kind of sneak his way back into connector, but if anything... Oh, I thought that was going to kickstart the B play. I really thought VP were going to look to capitalize on that, but up against it. They're going to be repivoting towards middle. We've still got Toro here in apartment.
This is such a bad round. I'm just going to call it, like I said.
Yeah,
to commit all your... They also... I don't really know what the plan was, but they had 2 players in under. Maybe they wanted to window boost, but they got seen in under, and they used all their nades on B.
I think it is tough when you've kind of got your initial game plan and all it takes is a jiggle from under and it's completely unsettled. But that's where you need to have a better thought out T side. You need to have your contingency plans in place. For example, you take the pistol round. Do you think Forever's expected to get nothing there? Do you think the players in CT are meant to get dealt with so easily? And I think that's where VP, they need that contingency plan. But things have worked out in well here as they do find Hazanator and recover that rifle as well. VP. This could work out quite nicely.
I can't even believe they planted. Back triple plant with no smokes down. And nobody denies it. X-Ruby have missed their moment. And I think they need to save. What a bonkers round for Virtus Pro. We often say that no plan survives first contact. And that plan went completely out the window. Thankfully for them, a massive headshot onto jungle on the side take. Was their saving grace. So Virtus Pro, bit jarring the Counter-Strike we're seeing at the moment, but they have won a critical round. The money's in the bin for the CT side, and they're set to take control of this first half.
I don't know about you, Alan. I always look at those scenarios where a player's just playing hidden from ticket, and I'm like, what's your goal here? I get it. You're looking for rotations. You're trying to have someone flash over for you to peek, but in the same way, like, why are we not confident to take fights? You know that if it's going to be an investment, it's probably going to be a couple pistols. Yes, there might be the odd rifle, but why are we always playing so patient here? Especially when we don't have the util, we don't have the numbers. You can't rely on a retake in a 4v5 with literally like 2 pieces of util. I don't see what Shine Jez saw there. I don't see what we saw from. I just don't get it. Shine Jez. Just sat within the smoke. This could get really awkward. Aquas is aware of it, spamming on through, and Aquas will find great recognition there. He jumped through the smoke to bench and saw nothing. So, or his teammates, sorry, jumped through the bench smoke, and it's a clear indication that he's not here, so he's definitely in the smoke. Nice awareness there from VP. I like the call as well. Kind of deny any chance for X-Ruby to take space in middle, try and find a timing, get a kill, pick up a weapon. We're just going to send 5 players here towards B, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I mean, of course, you are risking the stack, but we do like... I mean, I much prefer that to a slow default and getting deagled or something. Yeah, exactly. And spreading out. And obviously, given the money situation, there was almost no chance they were going to be meeting a molly or HE grenades going in, so just ups the odds. Nice simple Counter-Strike. I think also maybe good for Mir, assuming Mir's calling to make a move that, you know, there is no scope for error. There's no, it can't really go wrong in the sense that people can't be in the wrong place at the wrong time. It's a very simple set from spawn. Cool. So we like that. And now it's going to be a very heavy eco for the CT side. Do some flashes maybe. That could have helped. And they're going to send numbers A. Numbers Palace.
Yeah, look, I want to see Yumsan on this AWP as soon as possible. I like to think that in every team you want to have a player that can kind of do the unthinkable, that can kind of make a play that, as a caster, you just sat there struggling to explain how it's even been done. And for X-Ruby, I look at Yumsan there. There's been so many moments. I think of a map like Dust 2. There's still one that just bores a hole in my mind. He's saving with a scout in pit. There's 4 people aggressing him. Within 4 bullets, they're all dropped. And it's just like, wow. It's little moments like that where you think, okay, he's just done something that shouldn't be able to happen. And I think if you can get the AWP out... Oh, Fist, that is so cheeky. But yeah, if you can get the AWP out, that's where I feel like Yumsan can definitely thrive.
He confuses me. He confuses me. Some games I watch him play and I think, this kid is so skilled. He is unreal. And then other games, I wouldn't go quite so far as say non-factor, but there's a reason his stats in the end are quite average, and it must mean that his high games are balanced out by the low. So I guess consistency is what I want to see from him more than anything, because I know the ceiling is there to have really tremendous impact.
Yeah, I think it's a hard kind of debate of like, well, Yumsan, do you want his volatility? Do you want the kind of the height, because you assume over time the lows will soften and he can gain more stability? Or would you say, look, if you can put up a 1.04 rating, 1.05 rating every single game, that's more what we want? And I think out of an AWPer, I think you definitely want that kind of game-changing nature. But I think, yeah, I think you are bang on the money there. I think there are a few games where he goes very, very absent. I think it's tough, though. The expectation for success is so difficult, especially when you're a youngster, especially when you are playing against such tough opponents. You know, I think back to their game against 100 Thieves a few weeks ago. That was back in Series 3. Yumsan had a really tough game on Dust 2, and that's where he sat like, well, you've got the AWP, you're on Dust 2, no excuses. And that's where things can get a bit tough. But side take here towards A looks good. There's a player under balcony and Hazanator. He's got to go huge. He's kind of got to find 2 here. This man from Laxi, he's softening. Hazanator won't be able to deny the plant. If anything, this should bait him in even further, though. Yumsan still here towards jungle. Hazanator yet to strike. Bist. The smoke has faded. Hazanator's lining up 2. Oh, Hazanator only gets the 1. What is that? Bist is the one that doubles. He should have had a bullet in the back of his head, and he's able to find 2 here, Alan. What has happened? X-Ruby. You had a player in just deep behind enemy lines, and you somehow messed that one up massively. Bist finds a 3rd. He should have been dead.
Unreal. Unbelievable. What has happened there for X-Ruby? How is a player in behind and he's getting no help? We've got players jungle and stairs around there. They're not taking fights at the same time either. I'm guessing the communication was absolute carnage as they tried to wrap their heads around what was happening. But this is turned from bad to worse now for X-Ruby. Got reset early, obviously, in this game. Their money has never got anywhere. This one's a half buy, and I mean, if Bist is starting off with these sort of score lines, that is quite a scary prospect.
Look, I said for VP, it doesn't feel like they needed to win many rounds on their T side against one win, as it was effectively a non-factor, but it's clear that X-Ruby, they're going to have a pretty strong T side if things continue like this on this first half, because currently 1-5 and expected, or 1-4, expected 1-5 scoreline, and already very worrying. The fact that we've had the first portion of this half, the first 6 rounds, and VP are well en route to finding 5. That is a damning and dangerous stat. Look, I get it's their map pick, but again, as we kind of alluded to, I feel like neither team's going to be sat here kind of worried about any of these maps, sat here kind of questioning whether the veto was right. These are 3 maps that both of these teams, they can't play. So no excuses. But VP, this is really, really good.
So on this round, ShineJez, which was him, pushed B and he saw nobody, so they stacked A. And the timing was absolutely dreadful. So unlucky to not get any sight on any players. So I appreciate it's just a half buy, but the money is starting to get so good for Virtus Pro that xRuby have got to start doing more damage, or they're going to be in a spot where they need to win perhaps 4 gun rounds in a row. That sort of number. That is a huge deficit. They are getting anything more than about, let's say, 4 rounds out of this half now is going to be really tough for xRuby.
I think the really harsh thing and the hard thing to look at this series is to try and steer away from the scoreline. You look at that second round, we kind of laughed at VP. What was that call? You've sent all your util, you sent 2 players under, you've had to pivot towards A, still goes wrong. You then look at the next round where it's like, it's just a speedy rush from VP. They just bomb their way into the B bomb site. Then they're against the eco. Then in the next full buy, we've got Hazanator under balcony behind 2. They have, in my opinion, the round in the bag, and they still messed it up. And then obviously the previous one's just a half buy. You look at these rounds and you say, actually, xRuby, they made big mistakes in the full buy versus full buys, or even when they've got a better investment. And I think for xRuby, they can still polish up this game. They can still find success here, but they've got to make sure they don't allow those mistakes to creep in again. Because I said it with VP against 1win. It doesn't feel like VP were playing crazily good. It didn't feel like they were doing things that 1win couldn't deal with. It's the fact that they were just more consistent. 1win made far too many mistakes. VP didn't. And I think that sometimes it's a factor and something we talk about in the tier 2 scene all the time. Teams just lack consistency. And I think VP, that's one thing that they do really just have.
xRuby should have seriously considered a save early in this round. So they'll get away with 2, potentially. I mean, ShineJez still a little bit penned in. I think he's actually doing quite well to avoid that spam by the look of the mini-map. Great round for Virtus Pro. They did miss a window smoke, which didn't help the player stuck Delpan, but he was pulling so much attention. Somehow the nade that tried to kill that player and second Delpan didn't work, which is quite bizarre. But it was Aqua coming out of Palace, got the opener, A-bomb site, very largely undefended. And they could overrun. So great start for Virtus Pro. xRuby will buy with the drops. But it comes at a few sacrifices for Hazanator. And no pauses either for them, so that could have been helpful. Mirage is it Mirage one of their maps? They've got like 30 games played or something bonkers. I mean, it must be. Off that order. Let's have a look. 32 games played in the last 3 months on Mirage. Even if they can't win this, it really needs to be competitive. Otherwise, we're going to start asking questions.
Yeah, well, look, we can keep asking questions. I want to see some answers from xRuby. Give me the answer of how you got the way to the semi-final if this is your CT on Mirage. Finally got Yum Stand on the AWP, though, and I think that will be a difference-making moment, won't it? Or at least you'd hope so.
We're just going to go here.
It's going to be a really good call as well, because there's 1 smoke on ShineJez. There's 1 flash on Relaxi. Utility here for xRuby, kind of non-existent in comparison to Virtus Pro. They're going to go in pretty silent. Play on the boost, though. This could work. ShineJez just going to drop the smoke. Drops the flash, in fact, and that works out well. Excellent from Relaxi. Robo finding forever as well. That's a tough one in short. Good timing. Relaxi, so much work here, and now it's on Best. 1v3. Now to the 1v2. Already out the window is 1. Shots coming through, but positioning of Hazanator is good enough. xRuby, they'll get their second round here.
Well held. Huge round from Relaxi. Makes all the difference from that boosted position. Mir pretty much pre-fired him as well as he peaked. And still, Relaxi came out on top. So an all-important B-site defense. Sees X-Ruby get their first gun round on the board. In a dry spell before that. But we need a lot more where that came from. There's still lots of cash here for Virtus Pro. They head back for mid-control. Bist, we've seen this already on quite a few rounds. Takes his space on the AWP. Mir is about to get a duel. Oh, he is very unlucky not to find a frag. Players with a util out in hand. They have trapped a player in front of this molly for a moment, but as that smoke down for the moment, and they are going to re-smoke it, I think Robo's going to stay alive.
Yeah, I think the timing that Toro takes is going to be a difference-making moment. Nade will soften up at Robo as well, yes. Felt like Toro was always going to be the next one to activate. Slightly worried about a flank from Palace, and now with his teammates rotating round, he can be a little bit more confident. Instead of darting between the two angles, all he needs to do is just clear the deep portion of Palace, and they know it's fine, because obviously his teammates have just come from T-spawn. But it is going to be this playthrough A now. There's a lurking under, that is Aquas. It's all a question of what Yumsan can find here on the AWP from CT. Big pick there, though. That smoke and Molotov just forces Robo to peek connector. It blocks his sight lines into A, so obviously he's just going to peek con. And with that, the timing of the space taking there, really, really poor. I think the util a little bit off there for VP, but it does definitely help when we see Yumsan get this pick.
It's a bit of a tough game so far, so nice to see Yumsan in the right place at the right time. So, go on the trot for X-Ruby. The money is dwindling real fast for Virtus Pro as they're unable to plant. Still, if they get the bomb down here, they will be able to buy again in the following round. Bist. Always given an opportunity. Hope he's quite home for the moment. As Robo there, it's just been presumably spammed through the smoke. A little bit. Was that the HUD just go? Was that the UI just going mad? Because it looked like he'd been shot.
Yeah, it does happen, man. It looks like players are low when they're not. You'll get used to it.
Did get me.
Yeah, the amount of times.
Is that an in-game?
I think
that's an in-game thing.
I think it's an in-game thing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Anyway.
What a mad bug.
Honestly, the amount of times where I'm like, oh, he's 1 HP, and then he's not, and I'm like, oh, okay, so I just look stupid there.
Well, I was a bit confused because he'd have to be shot for a wall.
Yeah.
Several walls to that point in the round. So, glad it's not me that's going insane. At least this time around.
Or maybe it's just two of us. Everyone else at home is like, what are you on about?
Yeah, mid is taken. I like this. Use Bist to take the control. Passinator dispatched. And now the CT side presumably going to have to try and make some sort of aggressive move. They commit one player into the ladder room.
I really like this. Nade's going to do a fair bit of damage, but I like the fact they've gone through this smoke. Relaxi, Yumsan, Robo. They all fine. It's now a 2 versus 3. I quite like the game plan, but it's gone very wrong. Timing for Aquas. That's a big kill. Now Yumsan. Oh, he's allowed Aquas to slip on through. Yumsan is still here in CT. Shine just though, that's a big find. 7 seconds. No time for Aquas. So, round will go the way of X-Ruby. We said we need to see more from X-Ruby. And look, I know he's only on 4 kills, but ever since the AWP's been out for Yumsan, rounds have gone the way of X-Ruby. It clearly adds a level of stability that they need here on this CT side.
Not really sure what happened to them. They must have had an A player there on that split. And the thing that confuses me is the players that came up connector seem to just get shot from 2 directions without a reprisal coming from the A, from whoever was ramp or palace. So that's a little bit confusing. Virtus Pro, they are damn lucky they had such clean rounds before this little loss streak they're on now. Doesn't mean they got one more buy, but this would be the last really good investment. At least without a plant. Migo's looking. Mid is taken for now. Ruby, though, to me, look postured to fight back into this. They're going to re-smoke the bottom of Connector. And Robo's going through in the middle of the round. He finds his man. Can he survive the spams? Yumson gets engaged in the meanwhile. And look at this. All the players swinging as a team. It's going to be Ruby clawing themselves back into this first half.
Well, Yumsan, 7-4 now. He is now joint top of his team. Just goes to show the true impact that this man can have with the orb. They've certainly recovered this game and recovered this scoreline. Do I think they're going to be confident? No, but at least it means that they're not down and out when moving to that T side. We could have easily seen VP end this half with maybe 8 rounds, and that would have been far too scary.
Such a streaky half. The half basically went pistol for Ruby. BP reset, win 6 rounds. Look brilliant, barely lose anybody. Money's insane. And then Ruby start winning every round, barely losing anybody. And their money's becoming equally good. Very strange map so far. And I'm not totally sure what we're paused for at the moment. Everybody's bought.
It's a VP tech issue, so hopefully one of the VP players, everything's all right. But look at, I think it does happen. I feel like VP, they capitalize on the mistakes made from Ruby, and now we're just seeing Yumsan with an AWP and Ruby just playing how we kind of expected them, not making mistakes. They are having success. They are kind of finally just getting kills as well. It seemed like in a lot of the early fights and a lot of the early rounds, it was kind of just a thing of like, well, VP, they were just hitting harder, hitting better. And I think sometimes that is such a factor. You have a good game plan, you have the right play in place. And even with that, if you're just not hitting shots, it just doesn't work. But you look at that round where we see, I believe it was, I want to say it was Relaxi and ShineJez on the B bomb site. They had a flash and a smoke grenade to their name, and they had 4 players aggressing. And all they did is just boost the player up. And we had a nice nade of the smoke from Robbo, and they just got 3 kills in such quick succession. And it's little moments like that where I feel like if we don't see Relaxi and we don't see ShineJez kind of stepping up and finding their kills, that round's just done. So I think it's clear that Ruby have now stepped up a little bit in the kill department as well.
Okay, we're back underway. For Virtus Pro, feels like they need to just win a round to remind themselves what it feels like. Grease the grooves a little bit, heading into that second half. A lot of rounds of essentially kind of a mid-default and trying to split a site. Surprised at the lack of set plays in response to losing the rounds. Biss, though, opens up. He's quite low, however, so I'm not sure he'll be terribly encouraged to continue fighting on his lonesome. He'll duck back. The bomb is far from committed in any direction right now. And there's nobody on B for Ruby at the current time. Oh, the fake is so good, man. The fake pulls Robo, who'd done such a great push, the wrong way.
The problem is look at the health on Biss, look at the health on Toro. They have just taken the B bomb side, but we could see a retake here from Ruby. We really could. It's all going to be contingent here. If Mir peeks and he doesn't take down Relaxi, he's just going to drop this Molotov. I don't think Ruby know if they want to go for this or not. Make a decision, guys.
It's the last of the half, so
yeah,
they kind of need to.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it. Like, what are they doing?
Oh, they've just volleyed themselves as well in the market doorway. They have no way of clearing bench because they're using their nades on themselves at the moment. And there you have it. Virtus Pro finally winning another round. 7 for them. Great haul here on the seaside.
I'm just thinking back, Alan, whether I have seen a worse retake than that ever, and I'm just going through, just going through the mental history and log of bad retakes, and I think this one might take the crown. So slow to get to shore, really poor utility, really bad stuff.
Tough love being dished out here on the cast.
Oh,
but what else can we say? It was pretty
nobody's safe.
Underwhelming, that retake attempt from Megs Ruby. But maybe their T side can be a little bit more inspired.
Yeah, I actually want to see a lot more from Relaxy. He can be such an impactful player. T side from Relaxy should be good though, and he's going to be looking to be the tip of the spear here. Shine just finds forever. Relaxy already in the bomb site. Mir, he's forced back. No defuse kit. And a player at shore, I would have thought maybe they'd try and look to find something, but the sheer amount of utility here from XE Ruby is brilliant. It has kept VP well and truly off this bomb site in a very one-dimensional retake. They're going to have to all make their way out of Market Door. This is so well thought from X Ruby. They drop the deep smoke towards short. They drop one in window. And the fact there's no defuse kit from VP, we know they're going to have to rush this retake. And they've just got 3 players so ready to swing off any contact being made there out of door. Absolutely brilliant from X Ruby.
All they needed.
Especially after that retake.
And the good news for them is it appears to be a full eco, so no real risk, no significant risk of being reset again second round, which really did kind of doom their CT campaign from the start.
Yeah, obviously, VP, they only found 1 round since that 6-round streak, and
yeah,
both pistols lost now for VP. I think you look at this game on the whole and go, well, VP, you had a 6-1 lead. We're now going to be looking at a 7-7 scoreline. Things have gone pretty wrong here.
They have, but
they are still on that CT
they're
side.
very much in the game.
Yeah, of course.
Just hope for their sake that the bit of the mauling they took there didn't have too much of an effect on their frustration levels and things like this. Assassinator finds 2. Very nice for Virtus Pro being denied some more guns being saved. Robo doesn't actually take any damage here. The peppers away. Aqua, not long for this world. So 4 alive for X Ruby. They'll carry forward all of these guns into the next. And as is always the case, if you save second round like Virtus Pro have here, you're probably, unless one player loads up a load of kills on pistol in second round, probably not going to be an AWP. And keep an eye as well on how many kits and things like this they have. None is the answer, so hope for their sake it doesn't come to an afterplant. Tori needs to ditch a flash and buy a kit.
Yeah, or you just go for the ditching the head armor, or just ditching of head armor. I know it's not AKs in play for X Ruby, but no defuse kit here is the problem. Or Aquas could sell a nade. Toro could drop him a flash and then drop him a nade. Then they wouldn't have any problem. They'd have the same amount of utility, and they'd have the kit for free.
There you go, master accounting.
That's what I offer, right? I can do simple maths. That's all I bring to a team.
Listen, it's important to know your talent in life.
I'm
offer your services to these teams.
Look, if you want to know what 300 minus 300 is, I've got you. That's what I bring to the team. 0.
Big sums. Big sums. Listen, I've seen some absolutely egregious buys in the last few days, so I think kind of in-game financial manager is actually a role that some teams need.
Like people talk about their money out of the game, you know, rent, bills, utilities,
exactly.
Whatnot. Actually, how do I best get full utility and a defuse kit? Well,
Listen, if they manage their money better in the game, they'd have more money outside of the game.
True.
And then they could hire you outside of the game to manage their real money when they're making.
You know
so much.
what? This is like for a small fee of $5,000 a month. I will take your util buys to the next level. Honestly,
that is some of the things the top teams spend their money on. That is good value for money. I've seen some egregious stuff.
Well, where like someone doesn't drop to someone or stuff like that.
I'm talking about financial, interesting purchases and such. Shinejez has quite a gap here, and given that Forever is not long for this world, by the look of his HP, maybe we can catch Shinejez from behind. Actually, oh my lord, the timing is absolutely sensational. And there's no time because Yumzen's already thinking about the after plants.
Yeah.
Oh dear, that could be a very pivotal moment in this series.
Yeah, that's what Hazanator wanted to do. That was the expected result of that kind of smoke play on the balcony in the first half, but not to be. Look, I have to say, I think VP, I think they've gotten off a little bit fortunate with the result of this round. It did feel like X-Ruby probably should have found it, but Forever, great positioning there. Gets that double, and as you pointed out, Yumsan prepping for the after plant. I kind of get it. I think look, he's got two teammates on the bomb site, but just not recognizing Forever's positioning there. And again, it's another mistake out of X-Ruby. I don't want to take away that clutch and that decision and the play there from Forever, but it is a bit of an oversight from them, and in doing so, it has cost them the round. VP on the lead, on the favored side of their map selection with X-Ruby's money in an interesting spot. VP can get so much off this. We're looking at a 10-7 scoreline, and with 3 ahead and 3 to find, that puts them in pole position. Puts them right within that conversation of finding map 1. Forever, great positioning, but Shinejez ready for it. Yumsan will find one. Hazanator as well. It's now Bist in a 1v4. Able to get the first 2. Both have just dropped Molotov, so he's got intel. He's going to drop a smoke. Oh, he's going to reroute towards short. I don't mind this. This could work out quite nicely. Won't get there quick enough to deny the plant, but I think the expectation is only ever going to be CT or jungle. Sadly for Best, not going to spot anyone as they've both just gone towards ramp. Good decision-making here from X-Ruby. This should be 8 now.
These spots are too strong for a Soul Man to clear, especially with no kit, no util, so Bist will save his gun. They just got absolutely shredded as X-Ruby went in for that split. There was 2 critical duels. I think it was Mir against Yumzen on short, and then the players coming out of connector onto, I forget who it was for Virtus Pro, but whoever was jungle. And they lost both those duels without a frag. And that round, I mean, even if one of, say, the jungle player dies, but Mir survives, Mir can then start shooting players up connector. The plan is so much more difficult, and similar sort of deal if the jungle player wins some duels. Fortunately, they lost both, and I'm not surprised to see a pause for Virtus Pro because, yeah, as you said, to start 6-1 and be in such control, it is anything but that now.
Look, a player that I want to see a lot more from over the last kind of just this event actually has been Toro. And I think it's tough. I don't think expectations for Toro are kind of at the top level, but he started the Swiss stage really well and kind of played really, really nice CS there. Yet, ever since the playoffs, we've not seen that level from Toro. We really haven't. And I've been a little bit kind of just personally disappointed. The game against one went 0.67 rating, just 40 ADR across a 3-map series. Just not good enough. Just really isn't good enough. Still won the series, but I want to see more. Because Toro really impressed me at the start of this series, start of this kind of event. And I'd like to see a little bit more.
All part of the learning curve for a player of his relative inexperience. A bit of an A stack going for Virtus Pro, and the bomb was heading this way. It still is. They're going to get aggressive themselves, unaware that had they waited, Ruby would have come straight into their grasp. So it's just the one kill, and given how low Mir is, hard to imagine he's going to find much. There's nobody in one headshot territory. Ooh, good kill. So, respectable damage. Lead, however, is ceded. So it's Ruby. Finally, a really long comeback in the middle of that first half. Get themselves up to 9. Their money equally is starting to blossom a little bit. And Virtus Pro, we need to find out exactly what they discussed in that pause, because they need to win gun rounds and keep them clean at that.
I think we're going to see a real difference in this round. Round number 18. It's back on the AWP. I think he's going to have a lot of impact here. Bist is such a key player for them. He's looking for fights. He's looking for kills in connector. Even peering out. Molotov forces Robbo out. He'll take this fight. Excellent from Robbo. No trade either. That's really poor. VP, you got to do better there. And now Hazardator alongside him. Smoke dropped in window. Flashing connector. Man advantage here for X-Ruby. Bit of a lull in the round, but things will get exciting again in about 10 seconds when X-Ruby decide to either boost into window or go through this con smoke, and they're going to opt for the former. Forever holding the angle. Hazanator does have a flash. Robbo, it's all going to be on a timing. Forever, great find. So back to a 4v4, and they've snuffed out these con players. Bist can find with the big green. ShineJez already close towards default. Bist is going to go peeking. Now worried about jump across towards stairs. Such an awkward position. Toro could get caught by the player in firebox. It will be Yumsan to find, though. Mir in CT. Yumsan doubles, and low HP for both Mir and Forever. Mir will get one. Flashbang's good, but 22 points of health here for the remaining VP players. This gets so tough for them. The AWP can be recovered if they choose. And I quite like the disengage here from VP. We're going to have a super long flank out of Forever. They know that both of them were here, so this can work out really nicely. Yumsan questioning jungle, questioning Con, and what a find from Yumsan. Forever, he's still on this super long flank. They are never going to expect this. Surely not. He's got to line them up, though. He's got to find two. Yumsan, he'll get the reload off. Forever pulls the trigger on the first, and he can recognize positioning. Spam comes through. He has a Molotov. If he just sends the Molly Allen, he wins the round, but ShineJez swings. X-Ruby succeed.
That was nervy for all involved. Let's watch that again. So it was a slim advantage. Briefly held by Virtus Pro until Yumsan finds 2 kills. Almost the third on the spam. I think Forever... I think a more experienced player would not have taken the shot initially there. I think they would have waited and moved further in.
Yeah, I think it is difficult, though, because all it takes is just a slight look, and then you might not even get that kill. I don't really know what Mir's doing. Look, I get it, he's playing from lower comp, but you're low HP. They've not planted yet for a reason, yet they had the smoke down in jungle. They would have seen you back away from CT, so it's kind of evident that X-Ruby are looking for a kill before they get the bomb down. And I think for Mir, if he just sits around deep towards middle, sits in window, I think he offers so much more, because I don't think they would have been... I don't think X-Ruby would ever have any indication of ramp, even in that 2v2 or anything like that. I think what we could have seen from Mir is he sits deep in jungle, he waits for the contact to be taken from Forever, and then they're in a 2 versus 1. But very nice from Yumsan. Excellent triple there. Hazanator, he'll only get the one. ShineJez alongside him. Kind of a game of can we keep this AK out of the hands, but he'll only get one more kill. Space is being taken here from Relaxy, Robbo, from Yumsan. Can they get on the bomb site in time? Relaxy, oh, I don't like this from Relaxy. I would have thought staying on the angle or looking to take some space could have been a nicer approach, but now he's been snuffed out. Mir could peek him, but he doesn't opt to do so. Ooh, okay.
I don't understand why they're so committed to B. They knew that players were deep in apartments for that T side. I think it's almost paralysis by over-analysis of what they thought was coming, because, you know, given the information we have, they just tried to go into the rifles there, when elsewhere on the map it was largely undefended. This would be a game-changing round. Virtus Pro bought almost nothing into this. Barely any money invested. And X-Ruby going for a forever is tucked in ramp. Got to play a range. They have so many positions to cover. They're going to clear CT before planting. They've still got to be wary of potentially Palace and ramp. You can see Robo here literally juggling 10 different angles. And Bist collects Yumsen all alone. And surely he's done for. Finds the first, heavily tags the second. The HP is a disaster on all involved. Yumsen's single bullets will do it. But he cannot. A colossal eco win for Virtus Pro and their chances.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Right, well, VP. Excellent to find that one. Huge to find that one. It's... I don't want to say it's changed the narrative, but it kind of, let's be honest, it has. X-Ruby should have found 11. It should have been 11-8 scoreline. It should have been a two rounds off of finding success on their opponent's map pick. Then we'd start talking about, well, how are things going to work for Dust 2? It's not the greatest map for VP. It's X-Ruby's kind of home turf. We should have been seeing X-Ruby commanding a little bit more success now. Now it's just a one-round game. And with the money that's in play for X-Ruby, not only is it breakable, but VP, they can take the lead off of it. And again, I like your point about the kind of the paralysis of heading towards B. Oh, well, we went for a B call at the start of the game, so we still have to head B. The second you spot 2 in under and 2 in apartments, those players in middle should just be going straight into connector. If you're worried about trading out a 3v1 on the A bomb site against pistols, you've got a bigger problem. You've got a much bigger problem there. The nade of the top mid smoke, timing on that a little bit off. We have seen the cross forever. Let's send the Molotov. This is where Robbo will get pushed into the open, but this isn't peaking. Still holding just towards under forever. Expectation is that top mid is clear, so Robbo, he can peak on a timing and really catch off forever here. Oh, and there it is. As expected. Great shot out of Bist, though. They needed that kill back.
He's really good, this kid. He is really good.
100%.
I'm not sure what VP's long-term aims are in and around this project, but keep him, whatever you're going to do.
You know what's crazy to me?
Find.
He's 17 years old. Like, how are you this good at 17? It's incredible to me how so many youngsters are just so talented these days. But even with Bist's talent, it feels like X-Ruby still steered their way to victory. I say that, good trade. Didn't think Robbo was going to swing there, but Bist, he's found 3 so far. Toro's going to make his way through market. He's done so well in this round. Azanator, gonna go peeking. Bist will connect. Bist needs the ace now. He knows about Shine Jez. Pushing forward, 1 bullet in the magazine, 1 bullet in the clip, cannot miss. Shine Jez will find though. Unfortunate there for Bist. You'd argue, look, a teammate's got to step up. Someone's got to do something. Yeah. But he's had a moment. The painful thing is, though, Alan, is his biggest moment, his greatest triumph has come from a round that's gone against them.
I agree with you. He's going to be looking at his teammates and saying, what more could you possibly want? All you guys had to do was find a kill and we would have won the round. What a nightmare for Virtus Pro.
Fortunately, he does still have the AWP in play. The fact that this game could come down to this round and VP not have the AWP for Bist would be so painful, but he is still wielding one. Speaking of Orps, Yumsan going through this mid smoke. We've got Forever and Bist here on the angle. It'll be Forever to take first contact, and Yumsan good enough to connect a shot like that. Bist will respond. Trapped in the corner. Gets a second on the no-scope. Still, though, Aqua's excellent find. It's now on to Hazanator and Relaxi. Space has been taken here from Toro towards Ramp, and Relaxi will recognize this. He knows this every day of the week because Hazanator's found a pick from... Oh, how, Relaxi? How have you not found him? I was going to say, well, Hazanator's got a kill top con. He's pushed out of jungle and no one's fighting him, which means the only place they can be is in CT or Ramp. But even if they were in CT, they would have swung. So they had the read, but they still get it wrong. How has Relaxi died there?
Unforgivable. Oh my
feel
Lord.
like there's going to be a lot of this going around.
Certainly is. Ex-Ruby snatching defeat from the jaws of victory on this map. Another round where they're in great positions, just slips away. Obviously not quite as egregious as the loss to the Pistols a little bit earlier in this half, but still. Virtus Pro, by hook or by crook, are just about hanging in this game. Bist, obviously, the biggest part of that. Oh my god, the money. I didn't realize how bad the money was for Ex-Ruby. They've been full reset. They've just lost. They might have just lost the map. What do you do? Do you just full force? I don't see another option. Eco into... What, are they going to have Galils? Unless they can somehow just conjure a plant.
The thing is, not only would it be Galils, it'd be Galils with like 2 flashes or a smoke and a flash. I think, yeah, they are going to try and conjure up a plant. I think they're all going to go towards B. Yumsan's going to send the flashes and just try and get a bomb plant in the chaos. They can't do it instantly, though, because it's going to be mollies and nades, so let's be smart about this.
So rare you see one of these rounds, and it's actually like, we have to get a bomb plant. And we have Glocks, no armor, and
it's
just
not going to work as well,
bangs.
because of look at Mir. Look at Mir's positioning. It's too good. It's far too good. Mir blinded. Flashbangs are good, but that's a Mir quad kill. But Mir is 19 and 13. He's having a really good game. I understand that quad kill against the Eco is going to help. This is where Mir should just drop over 2 rifles straight away. Just get rid of those MP9s. Like, yeah. Good decision. They upgrade the MP9s to rifles. A lot of people be saying, well, what happens if they lose this round? Well, oh, Ex-Ruby go into it. Eco into a half
yeah,
buy.
well, it's just because they didn't plant.
Yeah.
I mean, the buy would have just been dreadful. So I see the logic.
Well, surely you just would have gone for this buy in the last.
I'm not actually sure what is the better option, to be honest. It's such an unusual situation. Well, let's see if they get anything done here. They tested B, obviously, in the last round. They have a bit more as far as armor and util is concerned, but no more success moving their direction. Mir has become an absolute bastion on this B-bomb site. I can't believe how streaky this game has been. It's just every 5 minutes we completely change our mind about who is in a dominant position.
I think it does make for an interesting game, though. We're never going to actually truly know who's going to take it. But going back to the conversation of what the better decision is, I think I understand going for that eco, going for the plant, because then if you get it right, you can buy. But then similarly, it's that idea of, well, let's say you go for that full force in that round. Yes, okay, it means you can't buy in the next. So you kind of lose out on that. But if you win the round, your opposition's money is in a weird spot. But Bist on the orb, he gets the opener. Robbo has been dealt with. Robbo's been pretty obvious with his game plan in the last few rounds of, I'm going to try and take top mid. I'm going to look to try and get towards right side. I'm going to find Forever and make him look silly. So Bist has said, look, Forever, you're going to play in con this round. I'm going to peek him with an AWP and we're going to get the opening kill. And it's happened. So VP, man advantage going into... I was going to say the final round, but Shinejez has just deleted and removed that man advantage. Mir with a bit of an unnecessary peek. His positioning's really good, so he doesn't need to do that. Far too often we see teams where they've got the man advantage go for those unnecessary decisions. Just stay towards the left-hand side.
There's
flashbangs,
actually nobody
one molly.
short. So
Oh, Forever. He's going to get boosted up the timing on this. He's going to see so many. Forever. But they know there's a second. Aqua's. Oh, how has he not been overrun yet? Turns from the first flash, gets his knife out. Okay, Aquas, what a great play. Like, what are we doing? They saw him on the boost, so they should know that there's a second. There's another one of you there. You either move out the way, or you drop the util instantly. Toro. I said I wanted to see more from him. This is a round to step up. We'll get the first. Pour spray out of Toro. Flashbang comes over. Hazardator, Shine Jez, great positioning. Toro, you need to hurry up. And Shine Jez will find. We're going to OT. What an awful round. Look, they see the boost, and then Aquas. Look, to be fair, from Forever, I actually thought he was going to get nothing there. I can't lie. I thought he was going to get caught off. The fact he does so much damage. The big issue with that entire round is then Aquas goes, oh, I'm going to right-click a smoke, but I'm not going to do it instantly, so it's going to be late. And then after that, I'm going to jump through said smoke with my knife out after turning from the flash. Like, what's the point in turning from the flash and then getting your knife out? Have your gun out. I actually really want to praise him because he dodged that first flash. He should have found a kill. But then he's just jumping through a smoke with a knife. Like, what are we doing?
they need to breathe and calm down. It's been an incredibly chaotic game so far. Yumsen, a lot of damage to kick off this round. Supports his teammates with a bit of util. Till this one develops. Double connector for Virtus Pro. Bist, understandably, trying to be in the thick of the action at all times here on Mirage. More often than not, he has emerged successful. Still free on A. They might have killed the B short player, but hasn't pulled a rotation. Robo eventually comes through the smoke. It's very chaotic, but it has worked out. And Mir is in the wrong place at the wrong time. If this was a regular gun round in regulation, he would be saving. But he's not going to win this, so pick your poison. He'll die soon, surely. How can he possibly get the fights he wants? And look at the insurance policy with the big flank from Relaxi. Taking no chances. X-Ruby, strike first in OT.
I think the really tough thing and the tough question that I'm trying to wrap my head around is who deserves to win this first map. Because I think I'm looking at it, I'm going, well, X-Ruby, you've made plenty of mistakes. You've made far too many errors. That first half was just one big, just mistake, right? But then we see it from VP, and it's maybe less so mistakes from bad choices, but it's more so we're just seeing like a round where Biss gets a quad kill, but they still lose. We're seeing moments where they should be finding, you know, key frags. It's just not happening, and I think VP, I'd argue that maybe I'd give them a little bit more stock here on Mirage, but then I really don't know, Alan. Shy Jez, triple in middle, been sent out alone, and oh, that's a great shot from Forever. Relaxi brings it down to the one-on-one. Just a molly into jungle. Oh, he's able to round the corner, but fair bit of damage dealt. Forever does have a Molotov, gonna send it onto triple. Relaxi gonna peek from top ticket. Oh, no, he's not. He's just gonna play behind the angle. The expectation of, well, I'm going to try and feint that I've moved to jungle, but Forever will just say, well, if you've moved to jungle, there's nothing you can do about me dropping a smoke on the bomb. So Relaxi will find good, important kill there from Relaxi. Nice clutch as well. That was 1v2. X-Ruby with 14.
It's not been his best game, let's be honest. And we know he's one of the more impactful players for certainly a very good barometer for this ex-Ruby team. So nice to see Relaxi having a good round here. I think going back to the question of, who's making more mistakes and such, I think you could make quite a compelling case that ex-Ruby, they made some really big errors that cost them winning it in regulation. And what I mean is that if they can tidy that up, I do think they are the better team. Whereas for Virtus Pro, it's kind of in-round mistakes. It was lack of coordination. It was these sort of things. For Vex Ruby, it was losing against pistols, losing a couple huge advantages. Theoretically, those could be cleaned up by just better communication.
Yeah, it definitely feels like ex-Ruby just need to shuffle some papers. Just square off some errors. I've watched plenty of this ex-Ruby team. I feel like I watch them every day, Alan. And
I'm so sorry. Having to endure that.
What just happened?
Added to the rounds. It made less than a lot of sense.
Yeah, Mir gets a double. Like, we see aggression out of mid from ex-Ruby. They push up towards top com, but it just goes so wrong. As I was trying to say, it feels like ex-Ruby just need to kind of polish off a few mistakes, but still winnable this round. Shine just finds Aquas. He's looking to take some space. The fact that Toro is now head towards ramp, I'm going to say it looks good. Yumsan, you've got an AWP. Why are we on the Deagle? Yes, you will get tagged, Yumsan. Tries to flash him off the angle. Jumping into the bomb site is Yumsan. Sidearm in hand. Nice shot from Best.
Continues having fabulous impact. You can certainly make the argument that Virtus Pro need to win while Best is playing as well, because it's not a guarantee he's going to hold this form over a series.
Yeah, that's very true. That's a really important thing to note. I feel like a lot of the time you'll see an AWPer step up, you'll have a big map, and then you're just like, well, they go somewhat non-existent in future maps because they've kind of given their all and you're still losing. You're like, well, team didn't step up. Now Best will go quiet. So I'm right there with you. I think Mir as well, 24 and 16. I understand he has found a fair few eco frags, but it's still been very impactful. But it's been forever. It's been Aquas. It's been Toro, who've all been very underwhelming.
Very committed to the sides this round, ex-Ruby. Going to get some sort of A aggression here at some point. Two men are going into ramp. The bomb is coming towards them. Sometimes teams would flash over the top for a deeper clear. We haven't had that just yet. Who's up close? I think it's Hassanator. He will hear all of these nades. Clearly they'll be seen flying over the top. Robo has a molly, as does Hassanator. Time could become a real issue here for this T side. Nade's now starting to come over. And Yumsen's on B. He's gone the wrong way. They've made the wrong read. Hassanator only finds the one. And with rotations a long way out, they need to find more. Ninja is Robo. And he collects his first VP. The spacing less than desirable, but they still find the trade. Bomb yet to be planted. 16 seconds. Smokes are about to fade. They do get it down. And Bist reclaims control forever, holds on to jungle. And without any util, this retake is beyond difficult. I'm not sure it's possible. Bist stamps this one home for me. Yumsen 1-on-2 has a kit. But how on earth do you clear out Tetras and Connector on such an open plant? The answer is you do not. Great round for Virtus Pro.
I think as well, because there was that moment. There was that little moment where we thought, wow, okay. Has Robo not done enough? taking down someone who's 11 HP and then getting traded. It's like, well, you've kind of worst case scenarios just occurred, but I think that's where XRuby, they had a really good positioning, but it just didn't happen. VP, very quick to kind of capitalize. As you said, the util was fading. It felt like their time was fading in the round, but they still make it work. And they needed to, because I think VP, if they didn't win that round, we're looking at a 15-13 scoreline. I think with 2 opportunities, XRuby on the CT side, you'd think they'd win it, right?
If that counted for much, this game would be over half an hour ago. So,
very true.
Don't count any chickens as far as this map is concerned.
But we're not on Inferno, so no chickens here. To be fair, though, I feel like the way that some of these rounds have gone, I'm questioning whether these players are chickens. There's been a lot of patient approach. There's been a lot of kind of worry. Don't get me wrong, there's an odd few that have got confidence. They've got that kind of spring in their step and conviction. You know, I look at Bist. He's such an important player. Doesn't shy away from these aggressive plays, but let's see how this round goes. Smoke's coming through. Hazenator finds one. Under balcony. Timing on this nade for Robbo. Second off for Robbo. Okay, well, he'll get one. So much damage dealt from the utility. 5 on 3 now. Robbo. Hazenator. What a sight setup. They found 3 between them so far. Missed shot from Robbo, but these rotations are coming through, and this one is over. That is XRuby with 15. Excellent there. XRuby. Such a strong sight setup. But those nades. So much damage inflicted just from utility there.
Just exactly how it was meant to go from their perspective. Few missed shots from Robo, but still, he was just pulling so much attention that Hazenator could just continue to fight again and again. Okay, it's been a long haul, but XRuby have their map point to claim their opponent's pick. Can they seal this in one? Yumsen misses his shot. Bist somehow gets all the way up short. Toro almost traps Hazenator. There are so many moving parts to this round, but Hazenator wins his duel forever through the smoke. Finds one. Hazenator decides, I'm low HP, I'm going to make a move. He takes ramp control off his opponent's Relaxi. Thought for a moment was going to test that smoke.
We've got like
thinks
3
better of it.
ones. We've got this
getting
playing
cleared.
con, yeah, but obviously they're going towards under. Exactly.
Oh
Shyness
my God,
gets it.
that could be it.
Mate, he'll be reflanking, but yeah, this is very worrying. VP, you're in a 2 versus 3 with a low HP Toro, a bomb under enemy lines or under enemy threat. This is going to get ugly. With 45 seconds left, they've got to not only recover the bomb, but try and find the round. And look at Hazenator. He's taking all of this space. Contact finally onto Mir. Can't justify swinging. There's HE grenades. There's another mollies. This is surely all over.
If Hazenator had gone mid, this game would already be over. Can he catch a player? Oh, Shinejez does it anyway.
Well, the thing is,
Such a good flash.
Hazenator's there to win the round. He's there. Look, he can find Toro, but he's there and under just in case we do see that fight go against Shinejez. But XRuby, they do find victory here on map number 1. It's their opposition's map pick. As we mentioned, meters don't really matter, but I think VP definitely would have wanted to find the first map of the series, get themselves a bit of a convincing start, gain some confidence. I don't really know what else to say. I think Bist had so many big moments. I was quite impressed with Mir, but it wasn't enough. And I think it's that kind of perfect balance of what we can see out of XRuby every single game. Do they have a star? Do they have someone who drops 30 kills? No, but they don't need one because everyone's having impact. Everyone's having their moments. Relaxi had an awful first half, but he did kind of step up towards the end. But they didn't have 2 players absolutely stomping, but they also didn't have 3 players non-existent. And I think that's the difference. They've got, yes, maybe a lower ceiling, but they've also got a much higher floor. And I think with that, it gave XRuby more stability, it gave them more reliability, and in the end, they did find the map.
I think the inexperience some of those Virtus.pro players were starting to show. And I mean that more so in terms of their team play and just some slightly bizarre moves. So many rounds became chaotic to an insane degree. And I think XRuby end of regulation into overtime did look like the more comprehensive team. And I guess that's what we would have expected, to be fair, coming into this series. So X-Ruby snatched their opponent's pick. Next up is Dust 2, their choice coming into this one map away from that grand final spot. Quick break, and we're back. We'll see if they can get it done in 2. We'll see you then.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it! No silence. Shake it! No borders. Take it! 1X! Heavy guitar. 808 kick. Crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
1X bit!
How to get a free kill in window on Mirage. First, position yourself behind the bench. Aim here and right click jump throw. Make the jump and dodge the flash. Easy kill. If you want to see more Mirage Pro plays like this, or you just want some free elo, go check out metastack.gg. There are thousands of strats and nades that you can filter so you find exactly what you need fast and easy. And all of them are taken from real pro matches, so you know they actually work and can win you rounds. metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills, make it 4. The last one left is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Vipery. Zywoo 3 kills into this 1v5. If he can! And the best!
Rock and roll time for Dust 2, Virtus Pro versus X Ruby. One spot in the grand final to be claimed by either of these teams. And both teams would love a big result. Virtus Pro trying to recover back to where this organization should be. X Ruby, well, if you've got an X in front of your name, that means you want to attract a big, juicy organization.
Honestly,
So maybe they can do that. They win the tournament. Come on.
Look, obviously, it was the first instance bringing Robbo into in-game leadership for this roster. It's his first time in-game leading here, and he went and won the event back in Season 3, back in Series 17. Robbo's been a good asset, and I think many have questioned why we haven't seen a move or a kind of an org snap this team up. Because they are on red-hot form. They have looked really, really good. I think many are just waiting, expecting something to come of this team. Right, well, it's going to be an A play here from X Ruby. Great damage onto Biss. He's got a flashbang, dropping into CT as Hazardator. He'll find Mir. Biss, low HP. Hazardator deals with him as well. And with Relaxi tearing down Toro, 5-on-2, pistol round over. It's interesting. I don't really know what the game plan is here because you're obviously going to give this one a bit of a go, but I guess if you want to force in the next, would it not be better to save your Kevlar? But
Certainly would have been, but too late for now for that discussion.
yeah, I just don't understand why they didn't opt for it, but each their own, I guess. It's just that classic look. It's not a decision I would make, but there's a reason these guys are in the server and not on the desk. They probably feel confident and know what they're doing. Or at least you'd hope so. But the odds favouring X Ruby, you can clearly understand why. Not only have they taken map 1, we're now on their map pick. I feel like this is the one map where you could slightly say there is an imbalance in win rate, in sample size, and in confidence, because I think from what we saw from Virtus Pro, not a convincing end to Mirage, not a good start to Dust 2. And I think that can be a bit worrying. They're going for the investment here. Bist on the scout. He's the one to watch. He's going to be the difference maker of this round. Sadly, he's sat in middle at the moment, and with A being the impending play, might not have the same level of impact. But look at the setup here towards long. Toro, he'll find one very easy. Now recovers a Galil. They spotted out forever. Robbo does have a molly, but he's elsewhere. And now they just look to back away. It to be would be a great call here. They've got so much utility to do so. I like this pivot call from X Ruby. Question is, can they make it work? No HE grenade to blow open this smoke either. So if these are well-placed smokes, there's not really much that VP can do about this apart from go on through. Toro, though, he'll find from top middle. Great flank from Toro. Need to find Aquas, but Mir through. He finds 2, and it's Yumsan in a 1v5. He gets 1 kill, but then he gets traded. What a response from VP.
That almost looked easy. 4 players alive. Could very well have been 5 as well. Just got utterly chewed to pieces, did X Ruby, as they tried to get out of mid there. And that is a pretty harrowing round to lose. Of course, this is how Mirage started just like this, with X Ruby winning pistol and getting reset. That game saw Virtus Pro go up to 6-1 before there's any real response. So certainly X Ruby were looking to, have more of an influence before the scoreline gets that troublesome. The buyback for them. And Robo's going looking. Spots ahead. And now it gets much more difficult. They're facing rifles at range. Like head armor on these terrorist players means bullets to the head. Dispatches.
This is exactly what this VP team need. They need Toro firing. They need Bist on the MP9. They need players to have that confidence again. It's what they showed against OneWin. I was really impressed with how they played against OneWin. Don't get me wrong, they were close matches, but VP, they had that level of ego about them. They kind of go into each round going, you know what, we're gonna smash them. We're gonna keep peaking. We're gonna be finding these frags because you know what, we're better. And that was what was really nice in that game against One Win. Yes, look, it went 3 maps. Yes, there was moments where they made some mistakes, but overall, it felt like Virtus Pro. They never went into any game feeling like the underdog. Yet, the way they played on Mirage, I don't know about you, but it felt in a lot of altercations and a lot of situations, Virtus Pro were kind of like, well, do we play aggressive now, or do we now play differently? And it didn't work at all. I'm happy that we're seeing VP looking a lot more confident there. You just have to look at it in that second round. Flashing through that mid-smoke. You've got Toro charging from the flanks, finding one with a Galil. I like the fact that VP are playing with a bit of pace. They're playing with a bit of confidence and a lot of threat. Because I think the individuals for VP, we had far too many missing. Then they've gained that confidence back. 4 for Bist. That's 6 kills he's found now with the MP9. He's sat on 10k. Look at the money for the CTs. Well, no AWP for Yumsan. Not even a scout for Yumsan. He's on a Deagle. Obviously, that was actually attributed to the fact that and the scout in the last. I guess, look, you get that benefit. It doesn't mean you're going to be having the luxury of weaponry in this one. It has an 8 a nice find. Oh, well, round over. 5 on 3. You're not really taking B. Virtus Pro, you've got so much money. Don't make the risk. Don't take the risk of just throwing yourself into this bomb site. Get yourself out of there, Mir. Well done. Nice site take, though, wasn't it?
Certainly was. And a really good response as well. Obviously, you know, Mirage, yes, X-Ruby won it, but they had a really tough game of it because they let so many rounds slip early. It's good for them to make this competitive at the start. There's still plenty of money for Virtus Pro, so it's important for them that they don't panic and overreact to this round loss. Definitely got a good buy in the next. And Bist, he's anything close to what he was on map 1. He alone just adds another tier of difficulty for Virtus Pro to be beaten.
Yeah, it's just that kind of next obstacle. I think Bist had some big moments, but as I said, sadly, his biggest moment was in a round loss. I think he was very consistent. He had so many kind of mega multis, but the problem is Aqua's really struggled, as did Toro, as did Forever. And I think it's so harsh. But if that continues, if the team don't step up, we've got such an individualistic map. Dust 2, it's not one that you look at and you go, wow, the strategy from the T side. A lot of the time, we see very similar rounds being kind of repeated. It's a slow play through middle. We take short. We send one smoke. It burns utility. They're going towards long in this round, and the reason I say Dust 2's kind of repetitive is because when you try and switch stuff up, it usually looks a bit like that. Toro, that's an easy double. Poor spacing, poor flashbang. X-Ruby, like a little bit foolish. But Yumsan, he has opened up accounts on B. He finds them both. One with the flames, one with the bullets, and now a 3v3. This is a B bomb site retake that Virtus Pro will give a little bit of a go for, but 2 smokes still remaining on Yumsan and Relaxi. They can just recycle these. That's the next smoke. This round is going to be on the shoulders of Toro. What a bad smoke. That's the idea, is to force them in. It really poor. It'll soften. Toro smoked off at the moment. All in the attempt to creep on closer. Bist gets the trade onto Relaxi. Toro going to be pushing out of this. Robbo is so aware. Great from Robbo. He spots him. Trade will be seen, and now it's on Yumsan. And Bist finds a 1v2 for Bist. Enough time as well for the defuse. We mentioned what are X-Ruby going to do to try and muzzle this man. Well, That's an answer we might not find out for quite some time. What a clutch out of Bist.
Such a prospect in the making. And the round looked over, frankly, at the start. 3v5 executing onto B. But it still requires Bist to be a bit of a hero at the end. Takes a bullet there from Yumsen, but not enough to fell him in the end. Virtus.pro up to 4. And it's all been predominantly off the back of this young man. Don't take your eyes off him.
I think from what we've seen just over the last few days with some of the roster signings and what we've seen over the past few years, I think it's really tough because I think for a lot of these players, I think a player like Bist, right, he's doing really well. He's putting up some really big numbers. But I think the big problem is when someone makes a huge jump, because I think that is usually the standpoint. It's you go from being in tier 2.5 to now you're literally being thrown into kind of tier 1 or tier 1.5, we'll say. And that is a big jump. And I think for a player who is still very inexperienced, a player who's still kind of trying to, I don't want to say learn the ropes, but still have a kind of an idea of how to play. You know, he's still so young. I think a lot of the time it can go quite wrong. But it would be foolish for teams not to look at Bist and go, well, I'd much rather him on my side than as an opponent.
Come back to that in a second as we watch this round play out. Bist, a very, very rare missed shot. We'll let him off given how good he's been during this series, but in this round in particular, he's not helped his team a great deal. No easy way really for them to fight it. They're trying to deny players crossing. It's a 1-for-1 for now. Robo's too scared to plant initially and does trade his teammate a very hectic round. But they'll definitely take it, ex-Ruby. The money is just about there for Virtus.pro, but this will be their last buy on the trot. I think a difference for Bist, going back to that, is normally it's a player out of contract or on a smaller organization that make that sort of jump. I would imagine Bist. I wouldn't have thought Virtus.pro going to let go of him easily.
No, exactly. So that's another problem. I guess kind of the standpoint of maybe it's different because less young of a player, but I think maybe that's the standpoint of what's kind of happening with like TDK. Like yeah, you know, we're gonna let him play, but no org can sign him yet. You know, if you want to play for someone else. You know, we want some money for that.
I'm not totally sure what Virtus.pro's aims of this project is. I think it is, and this is pure speculation, I don't know anything. I would definitely speculate that they've been told you've got the rest of this season to play out, and then we'll reassess. I think that is quite a likely situation. Potentially dropping them back to the academy team if they wanted to go a different direction. So who knows? Who knows if this lineup is in this for the long haul? Certainly for now, they're trying to be in it for the series and to win this map.
I think though, Alan, I think they've somewhat exceeded expectations. Oh, nice attempt from Yumsen. Gets the tag onto Bist and Relaxi. He'll punch in that kill. So an advantage here for ex-Ruby. There's a flank
it would just be a save, but they are at least giving it a look.
Relaxi. It's going to be forced back. Molotov landing on the bomb site, but Relaxi. He'll be safe for now. Yumsan.
They can't win this. The AWP is in pit.
There's the
it's
first they don't
almost
have a kit,
impossible
though.
that they can win this. Still, I'll stand by that. It's to get the defuse here. How do you do it? I don't think you do. Especially not when he's doing that.
This is what I'm on about. Yumsan, we've kind of yet to see it. He has been pretty slow to work, but little moments like that, they do really, really kind of showcase Yumsan's ability. As I was saying, though, I think VP have exceeded expectations. They've gone and won a LAN where some of the teams featuring were K27, Arcred, Betem, Cybershock, one win. Obviously, that was just their route to victory. They're here in the semi-finals of CCT, facing off some really tough opponents. I think VP at the moment, I think it'd be really harsh to kind of drop them back to the academy roster.
Unfortunately, Virtus Pro is in Counter-Strike to win majors. So, unfortunately, I appreciate they're playing really good CS, and they definitely are with the experience of some of these players, but I would imagine the most likely scenario is that Virtus Pro are trying to figure out what the best pieces of this team are, and then consider a rebuild. And that is the most likely situation. In which case, potentially Mir Bist, maybe Toro as your core. That could be quite interesting. And there's obviously an infinite supply of player options from that region.
Oh,
so
honestly,
many.
I was saying this. I feel like I think it's actually quite hard in the region because the pool is so deep. You know, with the Slaxy Jez signing, right? Obviously, he's just gone to Paravision, and obviously it's a big signing. It's a big move. He's a very impressive player, and he's done so well for Psycho Phase. But this is where Paravision, they'll be sat there thinking, look, this is a great roster move. This could be something special. But if he fails, it's like, well, there could have been 5 other players we could have gone for that are just as good. And I think that's sometimes where, like, because the pool is quite literally so deep, you're kind of sat there thinking, well, if we get it wrong, like, yes, there's someone else that we can go and replace them with, but the issue is what if they get taken in the meantime?
Well, and not to mention the time you're losing trying to find that right roster.
Exactly. And also for the player, like, what if
puts a lot of emphasis on your ability to scout well, and scout well just doesn't just mean loading up FPL and looking at the highest elo. It means who's going to work the best in a team without you knowing that for sure. Who's going to perform best in a team environment before they've proved it. That is the real knack. That is where the Cyclones, whoever else is doing it from Mouse NXT, they seriously know their stuff in terms of that area of Counter-Strike.
Well, ex-Ruby, not only with the lead here, but en route to find 6. A boost here above the smoke and mist with a quick shot. That's nice. ShineJez holding. Hasanator has been chipped away at. Aquas drops on in. It's now all on ShineJez. Needs to connect, but missed shot for ShineJez, and that might seal his fate, but can connect here. 1 bullet remaining. Bist with a rifle, charging forward. ShineJez knows about it, but as said, there's only 1 bullet. He drops into CT, and he finds on the no-scope. ShineJez, what is that? He's not even the AWPer for this team, and he's just had a crazy moment. The confidence to drop into CT. I don't know whether he's done that to recover a rifle or to just create some chaos, but ShineJez, take a bow.
I'm not sure that should have worked, but it did. And Virtus Pro, I think they're pausing just to sort of reel from what's just happened. Christ, that's 2 or 3 rounds in close succession now where Virtus Pro have almost been in a commanding position on this CT side, but just can't get it done. And now it looks like ex-Ruby are going to be up to 7. It's going to be a very light investment from a Virtus Pro.
Bist.
If Virtus Pro get 2-0 in this series, Bist is going to look at his teammates and say, where's the help?
I always think it's really difficult at such a high level because I don't know at what point, like, you might see it in your face at games. You might see it when kind of playing on, I don't know, open, in intermediate, in whatever. Whenever, we're playing and, like, one of us has a Stormer. But, like, it must be so difficult because not only has Bist literally tried to do absolutely everything to win this game, but he has had so many big moments. And, like, can you even react like that? Like, surely that's going to just unsettle your team's future.
Oh, no,
like,
you can't, but they're thinking it.
Yeah,
you know it.
I'm kind of sat there. Is it worse to think it and not say it? Or is it, because Because then, look, Bist in future, every single game, he's going to be sat there thinking, well, I'm going to have to do everything. Even if I do everything, it's not enough. And I think that's where it's always so tough, that kind of thing of, well, you have one really good series, your teammates don't step up, and it's that kind of psychological warfare that's just all going on in your mind.
There's an element, though, of getting more experienced is not just the gameplay, it's how do you, especially as a star player, how do you navigate those dynamics? How do you,
of course,
how do you actually channel what he's feeling right now into boosting your teammates? Because it can be done. But obviously, you know, was he 17? Is that right?
17, yeah. Crazy,
he's got years ahead of him. So, you know, he's definitely not going to be he's still such a green player. He's not going to know these things yet. But, yeah, in time. And, you know, he's got Mir around him. Presumably, Virtus Pro retained a lot of their management kind of aspects outside of the game. So he definitely is, I mean, versus other teams at their level of competition, he's in a fabulous position.
Yes, he's got great support
Team Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing, and that's what we kind of talk up about these academy rosters. You know, you think about Miles NXT, you think about Spirit Academy, obviously, Robbo coming from there. Imagine support network they've got forever. Gonna need some support on this site hold, you'd think, but he's found two. Robbo will get that eventual trade. A player at car, it's Aquas. Elevated angle for Robbo. Relaxi and Robbo swing in tandem. I love that. Just a small feature of the round, but it's given them that pick back. It's allowed for a 3-on-3. Nade will soften at Mir. He's down to 18 points of health now. Robbo's low. He's gonna drop the nade across. Yumsan holding for the flank. That's Toro dealt with, and it's Bist and Mir. But again, it feels like it's all on Bist. 1 versus 3 now for the youngster. Orb in hand, and he will get found. Robbo, nice double in this one. X-Ruby, what a convincing half. Look, it's quite evident as to why this is their map selection. VP losing out on Mirage feels like now such a glaring error. Such a big mistake losing that map.
It's a long road now for Virtus Pro to deny defeat here in the semi-finals. X-Ruby, 5 rounds from a championship decider versus TDK or 100 Thieves. Listen, we said it at the onset of today. We would not favour the winner of this series in the grand final, but I'll give X-Ruby a lot of credit. They have played, especially here on Dust 2, a level of Counter-Strike that compels me to think that could be a very competitive game later today, and especially if they continue in this vein. They are a hot team right now.
Obviously, we've seen a head-to-head against the 100 Thieves from X-Ruby. I don't think they've played against TDK. So I think that would be an interesting matchup. Like, I think X-Ruby, they've got themselves so well poised to find success here. It's kind of just like, let's just knock this in. Let's not overcomplicate things. Let's make sure we find it. They're on their favored side of their map. They're 4 rounds up. Their opposition struggle on the T side. This really should just be a map that's found by X-Ruby. But pistol round, I was going to say getting competitive, but Hazanator swings and finds 2 at the end. 4K from Hazanator on the Julies. He's really stepped up as well. I think you look at Hazanator's performance on map 1. Don't get me wrong, he had his moments, but he's now far ahead of what we saw. 14 and 8, big pistol there. Impact from Hazanator. As I say, look, the stats for Hazanator are relatively average, but he was always thought to be the kind of the attempted right arm to KD, or the right hand to KD when KD was on this roster, and KD was kind of just killing everyone. At the moment, it seems like Hazanator kind of stepped up ever since KD has left this team. X-Ruby with an aggressive stance. Okay, that's one, and the bomb's trapped. This is a problem.
Bomb can't make it. Oh my god. And his teammates are still committing long.
No one to help him.
I think that's suicidal. I mean, they might take the site, but it's...
This is series over. This is a force buy.
Yeah, I mean, they've got 1 flash to get out of double doors. And Virtus Pro... Sorry, X-Ruby, they might not know that all 3 are long, in which case maybe there's a timing that can be conjured up, but...
I was going to say, what is Yamsan doing? Why is he still sticking around? Just clear lower tunnels. And then,
I think they're not 100% sure on what's going on. It's also there's just such little noise from Virtus Pro in and around long that you start to doubt yourself a bit. But how the heck do you get out of these doors without losing at least a couple players? Honestly, that is incredible that they've got this far. They still need to navigate a player deep in here. Mir seems to know. And now it's Toro, 26 HP. He's a dead man. He's not clearing car at this point in a round.
Big ball back. This could be good for Toro. But Yum-san recognizing, well, he either goes long or he goes back. So I'll hold one, you get the other. X-Ruby. However convincing the round might have felt at moments, it gets a little bit awkward for a second, but then Yum-san, he'll go and find his success. So that's now 10, and tack pause employed here from Virtus Pro, and you certainly recognize as to why. We've got a 6-round lead for X-Ruby, an impending half buy from VP, 7 rounds ahead with 2 needed to find to get themselves that spot in the grand final, of which, as you mentioned, they'll be facing off against TDK or 100 Thieves. This has been such a display from X-Ruby. I know this sounds a little bit odd, Alan, but they kind of need to win this round. They've got Tech 9s, but they kind of need to make things work. I think 11 to 4.
I think they do. Yes, I agree. It's just inconceivable they're going to have such a high win percentage from the next gun round onwards. At an absolute minimum, they need to completely turn X-Ruby's economy to dust here. It needs to be 0 off the back of this round. That is the fastest way to even the scoreline is a full bore reset. And it's got to start here.
So
Relaxi has just decided this game is done. No players getting through this smoke. They've already used all their nades. It's hard to picture a grand final where X-Ruby isn't in it right now.
Yeah, I think for Virtus Pro, even in this little gimmicky Tech 9 round, it's inconceivable for them, for X-Ruby to be playing such an advanced stance. Having Relaxi just close towards the tunnel's entrance, to them, it's like, well, they're going to be playing on the bomb site. They know we're going to have Tech 9, so why would they play close? But Relaxi here has been found. Mir's now got himself a FAMAS. I always love it when players go for that investment, where they just go for Kevlar and a Glock, and it's that recognition of, oh, well, I'm going to throw util. Players are either going to get kills or they're going to get killed. So it'll be a gun for me. But Mir will get taken down by the sidearm of Hazinator. Nice round from Relaxi. X-Ruby with 11. And
They've
got
basically
them
been flawless.
Yeah, it's a joy to watch.
There was a few rounds in that first half where it went to crazy one-on-ones, particularly the Shine Jez AWP situation on A. That was perhaps the moment where Virtus Pro took what could have been a very close game and lost it, but elsewhere, X-Ruby have dominated a lot of gun rounds. They've been very good on pistols as well, be that the pistol rounds or the kind of the 4 spies. They've just been so hard to put away. And as much as someone like Yumsen, he's obviously not seen the heights of Bist in this series. He's been very consistent, and we did ask for that at the start of this series. So credit to him for just being a bit of a rock for this team.
I think as well, not only for X-Ruby, when we saw that Shine Jez kind of no-scope moment, it wasn't the fact that they won the round and they broke the money. I think it's you just break the mental. We talk about kind of mental resilience and having such an importance in CS. And I think that's something just broke the mental. Look at the damage dealt here by Robbo. He's still got a Molotov to send towards Gandalf. Shine Jez finds one as well. Great utility here. Already so heavily softening. And it feels like the T's are kind of trapped in short, but Mir, that's a nice find. Between the smokes, he catches off Robbo. Yum-san down to 1 HP. Aqua's dropping into CT, finds Hazinator. Mir will deal with Relaxi. 18 points of health remaining here on Shine Jez and Yum-san, and they know they're both here towards Ace. They're going to pivot. Oh, Yumsan is so close to connecting that shot. Shine Jez will get one. This should just be the save now from X-Ruby. But VP, that is your first one. You've got plenty more to find, though.
If Mir knew just how low these guys were, he might go looking. Perhaps he still will. He'll go into pit. And a critical round, clearly, given the scoreline for Virtus Pro. Mir does find one. That's a huge kill. That takes what would have been a guaranteed buy and puts a bit of a question mark over it. Virtus Pro have no money themselves. I mean, it's such a bizarre situation. Everybody is going to be skinned.
I think X-Ruby are always going to buy here, though. Like, it's the idea of, as you say, VP, the money is an opportunity to be broken. And for X-Ruby, it's just an opportunity in their mind to close out the game. You know, Shine Jez, he can drop over this orb, he can buy a rifle, he can drop an MP9 to Relaxy. Yumsan can also drop over an M4. Look, the buy's not going to be that bad for X-Ruby. Expected far more, though, from X-Ruby.
I thought the round was over at this exact moment.
Yeah.
See here, this lurk from Aqua. Great catch, and then from there, the CT a little bit kind of sandwiched with so many directions of pressure coming upon them. But there's just such a long way to go. It's why we don't think Virtus Pro can pull this off. Is one error, one round like that where there's no flank, one loss to an early AWP, and we've got two of them on the server for X-Ruby. And that's going to be it. They have no room for mistakes. They can lose one round, but you know, they don't have the money to sustain a round loss either at this point.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that. I think VP, even if they're winning rounds, they've got to start winning them convincingly because they can't be in a spot to be financially broken. That's not going to work for a comeback. Azanator drops the molly. Oh, okay. Well, I said VP, your money can get broken soon. Azanator going to get caught here. Overall, he does very well, though. 2 kills found from Azanator. Fair bit of damage as well to Toro. Shine Jez doesn't need to go pushing here. He's already gotten great space. Bist is now holding for a flank, but VP, it definitely feels like they're in a spot where they're unsure as to what to do. They're waiting for aggression in the hopes that that'll be the kind of indicator for success. It's a thing of, well, let's hope they make a mistake and then we can make a decision. When in reality, X-Ruby have shown nothing. So VP, they're going to make their way towards B just off a guess. And flash in middle, that'll keep Mir at bay. We've got Yumsan on the AWP. There's the first 4v2 now. Nade dropped. Bomb recovered. 15 seconds. And this is where maybe the teams are just going to have to save. But Toro goes in and Mir, he'll get found. Looking at the investment in the next round, Mir and Toro, look, I get it, you guys can buy, but your teammates are going to struggle.
It's just been an absolute brutal day in the office for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, definitely one that they're going to hope to forget about. Just the series, no.
Yeah, I mean, not forget, for these teams, this is their, well, if you lose, this will be the last game of their season. So, going out on a bit of a low with Virtus Pro at the rate they're going here.
I think that just for today, though. I think they'll look back and go, actually, guys,
yes, it has been a good event.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that I hope this doesn't kind of sully their season, put a dampener on their season, because I think they've gone and won a LAN against some very top teams. They've got to the semi-finals here. I think they've certainly showcased that this is a team that can really play. Two pieces of util, 3 rifles, 2 pistols. An aggressive play towards long, of which X-Ruby are very well prepped for. Always heard the molly ticking forever. Information on him. Aquas will find Hazanator. Okay, that's a big kill. Shine Jez deals with forever, though. Toro misshots it. Needed to find that. Again, opportunities for both Toro and Yumsan, but the flank coming through from Aquas. Robo's low. 2 versus 3, and it's the AWPs on the retake. not really the weaponry you want for it, but the fact that X-Ruby are at 12, they'll probably give this one a go. Robbo trying to connect onto the default. Yumsang gets one. And we're going to see the jumping orb is the tag that connects, and low HP is Toro. Toro TK's best. What has happened there? What's just happened? Prod, please tell me you've got that.
I assume he tried to kill the jumping player
Yeah.
and shot his teammate. Oh my god.
It's so rough. What is that?
That is soul destroying is the only word that comes to my mind. I can't believe it.
And they don't fully know he's actually there towards... Oh, obviously they would have spotted on the jump, but still, please tell me we've got this.
It's the only way, surely. It must be the goose player killing the man's sight.
Yeah, of course. That's the problem. That is a mental and such a weird way for this series to end. But look, X-Ruby very dominant on that map. I have to say, very, very impressed with them. I'm guessing Dust 2 is going to probably feature as their pick in the grand final if that's the way they played on it. Very, very nice. And now they kind of get to wait. They get to kind of, I guess, sit back and watch and maybe try and pick apart what's going to happen in that TDK 100 Thieves game. But congratulations. Obviously, a big win for X-Ruby getting to the grand finals. As I said, in that final round, I think VP, look, it's heartbreaking. It's so tough. But again, look, they had a pretty good event. They've had overall a pretty decent season as well since this roster change. I hope VP they come out of kind of this season with their heads held high because they have performed well.
Yeah, I mean that game though from X-Ruby was fantastic. They lost second round, which was pretty brutal in that first half. They lost 3 off the back of that, which is going to happen very often. And then they won every single round -2. Only 2 times did they slip up on the remainder of that Dust 2. Mirage, yeah, it had its moments of some madness, but all in all, a really fabulous playoffs from X-Ruby. They are well deserving to be in this grand final. And, you know, they might not be the favourites going into later today, but you definitely should not take them lightly. You definitely need to veto correctly into this team. You need to watch out for their individual explosiveness. And just like Virtus Pro showed here, if you allow gaps, they'll rip you apart. So whoever plays them later today needs to play a very clean Counter-Strike to walk away with that trophy.
Yeah, obviously another big semi-final that we've got, as we mentioned, another matchup later today. It's TDK against 100 Thieves. It's not going to be kicking off right away. We've got about 45 minutes until we head into that one. I'm very much excited to see the result of that game and just to see it unfold because there's some big names, there's some big players, there's some reputation on the line as well. But as I said, we are going to be jumping to a prolonged break before we get to see that second semi-final.
Heavy section. No limits. Break it. No silence. Shake it. No borders. Take it. 1 heavy guitar. 808 kick. Crowd in the dark starts.
1x bit. It'll be ace.
1x bit.
This is how Kixon gets a free kill on Inferno. He smokes top mid, flashes top mid, mollies boiler, then throws a flash above himself, swings out of the smoke, and gets a free kill. If you're wondering how to throw that utility, this exact solo play has its own tab showing every nade Kixon through. Click on any of them and you get a step-by-step guide how to throw the nade. Even has a video showing you exactly how to throw it. For more plays like this, check out metastack.gg.
And another. He's got full control of the A side. Who needs a stack?
3 kills make it 4. The last one left is Zywoo. Zywoo's got a second, still 76 health to play with. Looking to cut down Vipery. Zywoo 3 kills into this 1v5. If he can, the best.
go now. I hear your voice,
Bye.